Är du där uppe, Gunnar?
Det är vi som har lagt det. Har du flera från honom?
Nej.
Ja.
Hej och... Nej, var den inte på såklart. Eller? Hallå? Det var ingen vidare volym på den. Någon hade dragit ner volymen. Hej och hjärtligt välkomna till min sommarstuga, Laken i Folkets hus. The rest of this afternoon will be in English because we have friends from the UK and from the USA. And we're also live streaming this talk. And we will do that on today, on Friday, and on Saturday. So this is the official first day of the Wickman week, named after the director Torgny Wickman, who made the fantastic Language of Love films. This particular day is my total ego trip because I'm both running the festival, but the theme of the day is my new book called Filmer som går, filmer som slår, which roughly translates to hard-hitting films. And our moderator for the day and for the weekend is my good friend and colleague and partner, Patrick von Sychowski. Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much, Rickard. And the microphone is working. So thank you to all of you who have come all the way up to Lakene, and to those of you who are watching this live or recorded. There are several reasons we're here this week, actually 3 of them. The first is, of course, the film festival itself, the Wickman week. We also have the poster exhibition, Swedish Sin, at the Monica Zetterlund Museum in Hagfors. And coinciding with that, it's the launch of Rickard's new book, as he just mentioned. So I'm going to be discussing the book with him a little bit, and hopefully we get your questions and get you involved in the discussion as well. So starting off, Rickard, this book has been a real labor of love, but it wasn't your first poster book. So before we get into this one, tell us a little bit about the previous poster book, and we'll get on to what's different here.
Absolutely, and there's a great segue to what you just said about the exhibition. So during the pandemic, I was on furlough and sometimes only working 20% of my normal office hours. And it gave me time to think and reflect. And first of all, it resulted in the streaming platform Cultpix that is run by me and Patrick. And it's been up and running now for 3 years. That's another story. But also I started thinking about my vast poster collection that I've been collecting for about 25 years or something like that. And then I realized that there is something to be told here. There's a story to be told. And that is the history of the Swedish sexploitation or exploitation poster, because it's not only nudes in it. There are also cowboys, Vikings, action, lots of other stuff. And so I started writing sort of a background to my interest about the films, about this time period from 1951 to 1984. and then starting doing chapters on different genres and going deeper into certain directors, certain actors or actresses. And so this was released in 2021. It's totally financed by ourselves. We also run the DVD label Club Super 8, so this is Club Super 8 publishing, you can say. And this means, both for this book and for the new book, there is no censorship, there is no editor, there's no one telling me what I can say and what I can't say. And that gives me a great liberty to do whatever the fuck I want.
Great.
And I'm sorry, and this is also the basis for the poster exhibition in Hagfors. So I have sort of rehashed some of the texts for that.
Available to buy from all good bookshops and online from merchants, we should add. So it's a great book. It was very, very successful. It sold very, very well. And I know that not long after that, you started thinking about a sequel, a follow-up. And initially, the idea was going to be to just do a poster book about one film distributor, ironically called Corona Film.
Yeah, that sort of fit in so well with the theme of working from home during the Corona crisis. So Film AB Corona was given. And also, we had some business with them. The company doesn't exist anymore, but the guy who ran it, Bertil Jansson, became a good friend of ours, and he was a very, very interesting character. So there was a good story there. And also, I really love their posters and the genres they distributed, so that would have been a great thing. They had a big cooperation with American International Pictures, for instance, Roger Corman's company, and they did a lot of the Danish sex comedies. So they had a vast catalog, and they started out in 1962, and I think they distributed theatrically up into the late 80s. So there was a span there that was really interesting. But and you did have already a great collection of posters from them. There were more posters in the Swedish Film Institute, which in their infinite wisdom, they're not sharing or making readily available. Yeah, I have about a couple of hundred posters from them, but I really wanted to make a big book. So I got in touch with the Swedish Film Institute's archive, and I said, I guess you have a lot of Corona film posters. And they said, yes, we do, but we haven't gone through them and we haven't cataloged them yet. Okay, but I could put on my white gloves and help you do that. And no, that's impossible, we're sorry. Because, why? I don't know why, but they were not up to it. It's an archive thing, I guess. When you work for eternity, there's no deadline on anything. Nothing happens, basically.
They just want to preserve it. They don't want to make it accessible.
Sort of,
or commercialize it. So,
yeah.
So then the idea evolved into not just looking at Corona, but there were many, many other distributors in Sweden like Corona. And to me, from today's perspective, it's fascinating because in today's cinema market, there's very few, if almost any, distributors that distribute commercial, what we'd call non-art house mainstream film. There's maybe non-stop entertainment, but it's the Hollywood majors, it's the Swedish major, SF, and that's about it for what gets shown in the cinemas, other than the art house films. But it was very, very different back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, this idea to do all of the other companies, because I have so many posters, came from my good friend, Patrick von Sychowski. So you gave me the spark for that idea. And then, of course, having a lot of posters from these companies. But during the process of researching this book, I can tell you a little bit also of the basis of the collection and of what's in the book. Because, first of all, yes, we have all of these Corona film posters, lots and lots of them. But I stumbled upon a collection maybe 5-6 years ago. A friend of mine said, oh, this woman, she wants to sell her dad's poster collection. And he used to be a projectionist in Hällefors, a small town in Sweden, from 1962 to 1980. And he saved one copy of each posters, put it flat, and didn't put any needles into it or any tape. So they were all in mint condition. And I met with her, and there was this big box of posters, like yay high. and I tried to curb my enthusiasm because I didn't want to get the
Very
price
hard,
up.
very hard.
So I was like, yeah, this is okay, that's fine. And well, she asked a good sum of money, and I was like, oh, okay. And I really wanted them because I found stuff that I've been looking for and stuff I didn't even know existed, especially for Swedish films. So I bought them, and then I sold one poster of Star Wars and one poster of Jaws, and I paid for the whole collection.
You made a good deal.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting about these posts, and again, before we get on to the book, is the fact that, again, different from today, it's not just the American poster or local poster gets sent here, gets Swedish name or subtitle. They were completely reimagined for the Swedish market.
Yeah, I mean, some used the original artwork, but some were just made in Sweden, and it's very hard to know exactly who made them because they're often anonymous. But there's one name sticking out, and that's Walter Björne, who made a lot of them. And I started reading up on him. He started out doing artwork for advertising, but at the end of his career, he had made 5,000 film posters, which is incredible. And everything from super art house, like Andrzej Wajda, to hardcore American porn, everything. And that's quite amazing. He just, went at it, and he had a special manner, so you can actually see, especially his porn posters are very specific. You can see this was one body type that he painted all the time, But it's really interesting. But going back to your question about these companies, because that was the sort of the epiphany, the interesting thing about doing the research is that I found these 25 companies that are all represented in the book, and I couldn't find any information about them because no one has written about this period, and not about the individual companies or of the companies as a group. Not in academia, not in sort of popular literature, not in any journalistic manner. And then I found statistics from the late 60s from the Chaplin magazine, which was a very sort of highbrow magazine, stating that these 25 companies stood for 50% of the cinema repertoire during 20 years. So they were the ones that it was their films that people were watching in the cinemas, and especially in rural cinemas all over the country. And we're talking spaghetti western, horror, war films, blaxploitation, biker gangs, thrillers, spy movies, softcore porn, hardcore porn, and there's just tons and tons of these posters. So I started digging and finding more and more information about the companies. So nerdy as I am, I also have their original address and phone number that they used to have back in the 60s. So that's also in the book.
And the logos.
And the logos. And then going further, I found that there were so many of these films that were censored by the Swedish Board of Censors. I started looking at that. And so when you look at the book, for every film, there are facts about the film, director, actors, country, year, and the exact film clips that were made by the censorship in Sweden. And there is a lot of them, and today they're laughable, most of them. There's like very silly things like image of dead man, because they didn't want you to see dead people. And then of course, very old-fashioned like Negro gets stabbed, that kind of thing. It was another time. But 40% of the posters in this book, or the films represented by the posters, were censored. And then I started digging again, and I found that a lot of these companies' films were also totally banned, completely banned, that it couldn't be screened. And I got a little bit upset, or a lot upset about it, because I feel that censorship in any form is a disgrace, and we had censorship in cinemas for 100 years in Sweden. So that's also part of the book, that I go into that as well.
And it's fascinating looking at it genre by genre by genre, as you do in the book. For example, there are lots and lots of spaghetti westerns, and I gather there are even more that you couldn't fit in. You had to kill some darlings. But the kung fu, the martial arts section is very, very thin.
That's the smallest section of the book. It's one poster. And the fact is that the board of censors, they hated spaghetti westerns, they hated blaxploitation films, they hated, you know, European action films and horror splatter movies, so they cut them up. But what they hated most of all was martial arts. So there were 2 films allowed to be screened. One is the Bruce Lee film Fists of Fury, and then there was another one, but they were heavily cut, so they were probably completely hopeless to watch because all of the good stuff was gone. And the distributors tried to submit 14 Hong Kong movies, and all of these films were banned. So after that, they just gave up.
So an entire genre of films was effectively verboten in Sweden.
Yeah, completely.
I mean, that crystallizes the whole censorship debate to me.
Yeah, definitely. And my take on this is, of course, that censorship of films is based on the idea that people get damaged watching the films, they get violent watching the films, they commit crime because they watch the films. But there's no scientific explanation that's true for that. Not really. I mean, a lot of people have tried to prove it, but it's never been like that. And as we always joke about, when you start talking about this, but why would you have to censor films?
For grown-ups,
yeah,
not children.
But we always get, we have to think about the children without any other explanation. So that's also part of the story of this book. Is like, why, and specifically, why were these indie companies so heavily censored? Because they were, as far as I could see, much more censored than the majors, like Warner Brothers, like Fox, like Disney, like Svensk Film Industry, the big Swedish one. They had a rough time, these guys. And one gal, actually, it was one woman who was the CEO of one of the companies.
Speaking of gal, I just noticed we've changed genders here on stage, so we're now become Elizabeth and Maria, so go back. I'd like to get some questions and discussion with the audience, but just before we do that, tell us a little bit about obviously there's a educational aspect to it, and there's a film historical aspect to the book, but tell us a little bit about the selection process, because you had, same as the picking up posters with the film exhibition, you couldn't fit everything in, and some things you had lots and lots of, Tarzan films without Johnny Weissmuller. How did you go about picking them, and what were the criteria?
I decided that the theme would be genre films, because that was the vast majority of the posters. So I skipped all the Hitchcocks, I skipped all the comedies.
And a lot of re-releases as well by them, like Laurel and Hardy films.
Yeah, I had tons of those as well, because there were lots of reruns in the 60s.
And they were popular.
Oh yeah, they were big. So no Marx Brothers, no Johnny Weissmuller Tarzan, or Ron Eli Tarzan, or any other of the Tarzans. And as I said, no children's films, and no, major classics, even if there were a bunch of them in there. And still, I feel that this is so representative of what people saw, because from that cinema in Hällefors, all of those posters, there was everything they had screened. And it was a tiny minority of films that were fit in those categories. So most of them were sort of B-movie, genre movies from that time.
Yeah. So some of you in the audience very kindly supported the Kickstarter campaign that made this book possible. So do you want to put up your hands so we can identify and thank you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
4 of them, lovely.
All of you.
Thank you.
No, it's hugely appreciated. And anybody else watching who supported this as well, because this really wouldn't be impossible. And literally everything was done ourselves in-house, outsourcing basically the scanning and the layout.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, as I said, we are a publishing company, and we do what we want to do. And to me, that's a sort of a liberty, because otherwise there would be an editor that said, you can't write that about Harry Schein, the guy who started the Swedish Film Institute. That's not nice.
Yeah.
But now I can. And also, since I stopped working at my day job, where I had to be a little bit careful with what I said, I don't have to care about that either.
No. Has anybody had time to look through the book yet, or even read it? not just look
It's
at the
actually a
pictures.
bit premature to talk about it before anyone has seen it.
It
but
is a little bit, because it literally only came for the printer
last Friday, yeah.
Last Friday.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you carried in every copy yourself.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
very impressive. Interesting, it's not just you writing in the book. You've got an introduction as well in the book by none other than Patrick von Sychowski,
Yeah.
the head of the Swedish Cinema Association and the owner of the second biggest cinema chain in Sweden. And he's got a unique connection to these companies.
Yeah,
one in particular.
That was really interesting. He's a third generation cinema owner and distributor, and I had written the story about his father's company, Succé Film, and it's a bit of a sensitive subject because the backstory of that is Peter von Sychowski's father had a brother, and the brother was the favorite son of the grandfather, who was the big cinema owner. So when Peter's dad said, "I want to start a distribution company, can you loan me money?" The granddad said, "Sure, but then your brother has to have 50% of the company." So the brother was a sleeping partner. He got 50% of the profits all the time without doing anything. I wrote all of this, and then I sent the text to Peter, and I said, "Can I write this? Is this okay?" And he said, "That's exactly true, and you should also know this, blah, 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 blah." So I could add even more, rough bits about that family history. And then he kindly wrote the sort of the preface or the forward to the forward, whatever, which I'm very, very happy about. And what he writes is that he's taken back in time reading this book, and he's reminiscing and becoming very nostalgic about another era, basically.
Yes, because like all the other companies, that company doesn't exist anymore. He doesn't get involved anymore in distribution.
They have the label.
Yes.
As sort of an homage to his dad.
Yes.
So the company exists, but it doesn't really
So
work.
why did these companies die off eventually? What happened to them? What was their kind of arc?
What you could see from the statistics in cinemas in Sweden, how big film in cinema was before TV. So for instance, the building we are in now, which is an old people's house, it was like a community hall. They had screenings probably 2 times per week. And they had, I've seen all of their old paperwork. They had an average of 60 people watching films, sitting on very, very hard chairs. Because they had to take the chairs out onto the dance floor, because this was a multi-purpose venue. And then TV had its breakthrough in the early, mid-60s. And you see the numbers going down, 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 down. I think this particular place stopped doing film around 1975. And then, of course, in the early 80s came VHS, and that was the death blow, basically, to most of these companies. Apart from like 3 or 4 of them who actually went on to distribute video.
Mm. So they survived as VHS labels. But
Yeah.
So the fact that these companies specialized in genre films, was it because of the fact that television had taken away such a big part of the mainstream audience that they were successful because they showed the kind of things you definitely would not see on television?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean,
no
Swedish television back in that time, we had 1 black and white channel. That was it. There was no cable, nothing like that. And they only, I don't know how many films they showed, maybe 1 film per week. Me and my dad had a joke when I was like 5, 10 years old. It's like, tonight there's a Western in color on TV. Ha, ha, ha. Because that would never happen.
No.
But no, so it was a very, very different time. And I think they catered for an interest in, action, violence, boobs, probably catering to quite a male audience, I guess. Most of them, but you don't know.
But as the point was made yesterday at the introduction to the first film of the Wickman week, the Night Games, My Settling, Maria Losch made the point that there was less of a distinction. There wasn't this sort of ghettoization, that you didn't categorize it. They didn't say, oh, this is genre film, and these are nice films. It was all kind of a blur, both on the production side, on the distribution side, other than the fact that more of them were done by these small companies rather than the big Warners and SF or Sanders and so on, and especially in people's minds. I mean, they mustn't have thought, okay, maybe they like Bergman films less or more than they do a David Friedman film or whatever, but you know, it's only now that we're kind of putting that label on them.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, back in the time, I mean, especially in my first book with Swedish films, is that it was the same team on both so-called art house films and so-called exploitation films. It was just a job for them. And also many of the actors were in sort of both worlds without doing any distinction. And we are going to release 6 very interesting films that were produced by Nikatsu, the Japanese company, but they were shot in Sweden. And we interviewed some people who were in these films, and we were like, so you had a Japanese company doing a sexploitation film in Sweden, or 6 of them. Wasn't that amazing? You worked on that. How was that? Oh, I went to my job, as I always do. I was like, but what you had an interpreter. Wasn't it amazing? Well, it was a job.
It was a job,
yeah.
And next week they did a TV series, and then they did a Bergman film,
yeah.
And they were working, jobbing.
Yeah, and I mean, for instance, Stellan Skarsgård, who's now a Hollywood star with all of his brood, he was in 3 sexploitation films, whereof 1 with hardcore porn actors. And I've only seen the soft version, but I'm sure there is a naughty one as well. So a lot of people took their sort of first steps in cinema in B-movies.
Yeah. If anybody has any questions or comments or observations, just shout them out, and Rickard will respond, or I'll repeat them. So,
or any reservations.
Or any reservations. Or if you think he's talking complete bollocks, then I should tell him off for that. But
I can tell one more thing, I think it's quite sort of puts a finger on this whole thing, because the people who were distributing these films were just ordinary guys doing a job. They needed to pay the rent and have food on the table, and they happened to distribute films. So for us, we are, both us and you guys, you're interested in this from a fan perspective, or from a historical perspective, or from, I don't know, art perspective. But they didn't have that. So I got hold of, there was an association of people working in the film industry called Filmkamraterna, the Film Comrades. And every year they released a fanzine, I would say, but sort of a professional fanzine called Filmkamraten, the film partner or whatever. And with a lot of in-jokes, inside industry jokes, but also ads, because they paid for the printing with ads from all of these small companies. And all of those ads are imbued with irony, with sort of sticking pins into the censorship or to the Film Institute, because they made fun of them. They knew how they were perceived by the powers that be. So, and also very interesting, this guy I told you about, Walter Bjorne, he made a lot of those ads. So we have a couple of full pages of these ads in the book, and they are so telling about the time. I really love them, and they're all super silly and crazy. And it's all about nudity at that time. It's like everything are puns or jokes about nude women. And violence, of course.
And violence.
Yeah.
Sex and violence
Yeah.
always sells. We've lost our backdrop again.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
Too much energy saving
Yeah.
here. One of the things that struck me about this book and the distributors is, of course, we think of them as schlock merchants, maybe B-movies and things coming from the US, but it was an incredibly diverse, in terms of genre, but above all, international type of films. So it was Danish sex comedies, it was Italian spaghetti westerns, it was Spanish horrors, French erotica, the occasional one Asian kung fu films.
But that's what strikes me. A lot of the films were, very much global, from all over the place. And it was much, much more diverse than what it is today. But the politicians, the government, they wrote long pieces, and I have some quotes of them to say that the repertoire in cinemas, especially rural cinemas, is so torftig,
Impoverished.
impoverished. They thought it was such poor quality, and there was no intellectual, interest whatsoever in these films. So they actually, because of the repertoire, they were contemplating to start community-owned, municipal cinemas all over Sweden to sort of stop this horrible commercial thing. But the audience, they saw films from everywhere. And then a lot of these directors from all over Europe, they are now icons of genre cinema. Enzo G. Castellari, Mario Bava, all of those were screened. Literally all of them were in these films. It's quite incredible. And also, looking at these posters, it's such a miracle that people went to see them, because none of the names were famous or known to the audience, neither the directors nor the actors. And of course, the Italian films, they all gave their Italian actors American names. Yes. And those are also, I've tried as much as possible to tell what their real name is in the book. But it was so generous, I would say. There was so much to watch, and it's a wonder why couldn't people see that?
What I love about the posters too is they really understood their audience, and it tells you how much about marketing was taking place, and in what way in the 60s and 70s. The fact that we've got these formats, the long and narrow one, which is the telegraph, the telegraph pole format, which is made specifically to be stapled to
wooden poles.
Wooden poles, effectively. Telephone pole, telephone line, electricity poles, especially. And it had blank space on the bottom, and you'd print in the name of the cinema and the dates and the times at which it was showing, to get people to come. Yeah.
And there are also some examples which I love of review posters. So after the premiere, if it had gotten rave reviews, they did a whole poster with just quotes from the reviews, which is, you don't see that much anymore, I don't think.
And also they were, again, the carnival barker, the kind of real seller thing. Occasionally, especially on the naughty films, they would put things such as, and this is recurring on, because of the explicit nature of this film, we cannot show you scenes.
Any pictures.
Any pictures from it. So it's the painted version, and people have to leave it up to their imagination. Yeah,
and also very similar to the roadshow distributors in the US, where they took out a movie on a tour, and every ad said, "This is the scariest movie ever, you have to watch it." And then people came on Saturday night, and it was a pretty shitty movie, and they were like, "Fuck, they tricked me again." And then there was a new ad, "But on Saturday, you will see the scariest movie ever made." And I'm like, I got to see that. Yeah. And that was the same kind of idea in these posters. And often they had really, really funny Swedish titles that had nothing to do with the original film whatsoever. So the film Fun and Profit was in Sweden called Whore. And there are many, many weird examples of, and also the slogans were always like, there are so many words that we today, we have to look them up in a dictionary to see what they meant, because they had a completely different language, I think. But they're all very sensational, and I love that aspect of it.
Were there any posters that were particular favorites of yours that you knew that you definitely have to get that in? Or?
Yeah, there was one particular genre that I didn't have enough of myself, and that was blaxploitation. Oh. So I got in touch with a Swedish guy who is specifically collecting those. So I will confess that there are 5 posters that are not mine. I'm sorry to say it. But that's the way it is. It was the same with the first book. There were some things I really wanted to have there. So.
And have you stopped collecting now?
I can stop anytime I like. But I don't know the theme of the next book, though. It's a blur. I will find out. But going back to the first book and collecting posters, I've been doing it for 25 years with no purpose whatsoever. Because you have... Yes, and this is
The
a
road to
story.
ruin.
This is a story we must tell. Thank you, Lisa. 25 years ago, exactly on the day almost, Club Super 8 did 2 film festivals with Something Weird Video from Seattle, Mike Rainey, rest in peace, and Lisa Petrucci. It was a huge success because there was no internet and none of these films were available anywhere. And Mike had a bunch of really, really good proverbs, apart from being, such an enthusiast and such a knowledgeable expert on these films. One of them is that if you buy a film and it's, on 35mm or 16mm, and it's scratched or red, buy it anyway and release it because it had a life. That's a good one. The other one, which I think is the most important one, never ever cherry pick, grab it all. So if you find a collection, buy the whole bunch. Just don't pick out the things you like from it. You have to buy it all because in a few weeks you will be like, man, I should have bought the whole thing. So, and I think we have followed that pretty much actually. So absolutely, that was and also Something Weird Video was the starting point for Club Super 8 as a distributor. We had been contemplating it maybe, but that was really the kick in the butt that we needed. So I think we did together, we did the deal for Terror in the Midnight Sun. I think that's how it started. We met with the producer. Yeah.
They used to give everyone the ones that you could buy at Origin Books, and they give you this free extra weird sampler.
Oh.
Which had all this.
Wow.
Oh, the VHS sampler, right?
No, that was
The DVD, okay, yeah.
But the thing was, okay, yeah, we might have put out some nice movies, but there were some naughty ones on there too. So like people were returning it and going, my kid wasn't like this.
Ooh.
And they ended up pulling it from the
Oops.
stores because it had too much, explicit content.
Yeah, but there, I think you have a big point there, and that's also my point in terms of censorship. When video came on and kids were watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre or The Boogeyman or Salò, people were very upset. But hey, it's the parents' responsibility to check what the kids are watching. It's not the government, it's not the teachers, it's not the school. You have to, be watchful of your kids and see what they're watching because these films were made for adults. That's it. And I think that's been a big problem in this discussion all along since cinema began.
Think of the children.
The children. Yeah.
We're mostly backward looking, but do you ever get philosophical about the fact that what's changed in terms of, first of all, what film posters are like now, but also the fact that the very concept of paper posters is going to be gone in a few years probably.
A good friend of ours, Andreas Tollman, is a poster collector, and when I go to film festivals or like this one, it's like, oh, I need a poster. Can you bring a poster? And I'm like, I'm not sure they printed a poster. I think it's digital, but I can print one for you. No, it's not the same. So there's no print run anymore. There's no exclusivity. If you need more posters on paper, you can print them. But most of all, and especially in cinemas, it will be digital screens with moving images. So it's not like that. But in terms of how posters look today, I think there are two major things. One is, of course, they are not painted anymore, because the painted posters are so much better than anything. And secondly, especially Hollywood films, posters are dictated by the contracts between the production company and the actor. So Ryan Reynolds, okay, you're number one. Your face should be this big on the poster, and your name should be this big on the poster. Okay, so then we have this other actor. Okay, smaller role, smaller head, and that's what you end up with. It's the same poster over and over and over again with no variety at all. And I think there's no art in it anymore, and it used to be.
Oh, it's a shame. But you're keeping the tradition alive.
Yeah, and as I'm writing in the book, and this is also a nostalgic book for me because it also summarizes my 40 years in the film industry so far. Starting out with my dad took me to the movies to watch Tarzan movies, and then my sort of film career. But it ends up with me saying that I stopped working with that and I've left contemporary cinema now. So it's all about nostalgia. It's all about the old times. And I don't care much for modern films anymore. Very rarely.
Any final thoughts, any concluding thoughts to the book or the topic? I'm really fascinated. I love the book, and I do still want to get deeper into it, having read it already in the production stages, but I'm already thinking ahead and looking ahead. It sounds like something like Björn could be just by himself
Yeah.
a subject, but
Yeah.
for that you would need the cooperation of somebody like the Film Institute and
Sure. Yeah.
people with access to other ones,
No,
other
yeah.
collections.
Yeah. No, I would say that, well, there are many books to be made probably, but from 2021 to 2024, printing costs have gone up 150%. And you guys and girls who are crowdfunding this book are so important. I mean, it's so extremely important to be able to make these books, because we don't make a profit. We don't earn, I mean, we don't make any money on it. We are happy if we go break even. We were lucky this time because of the crowdfunding that became quite successful, and also the fact that we managed to sell some film rights to a Norwegian production of a TV series about Nordic sin, oddly enough, and they paid quite a handsome sum. So we're not there yet, but we are getting quite close to break even, and that gives us the sort of the guts to move on. But if we were at a loss, we couldn't go on doing this. So the fans and the readers are so important.
Yeah, one of these days we'll start paying ourselves instead of plowing the money back in. But our motto has always been, as long as we're having fun and we're not losing money, we'll keep doing it.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of the absurdity of fandom, that we are revering these films, we love these films, and we are doing it at a loss, while these companies made the films to make as much money as possible for as a small budget as possible. That was the whole idea with the film. And we're like doing the quite opposite, being complete idiots, basically.
No, let's put it before. We've gone from being film fans to film historians.
That's true, yeah. We started in fandom and suddenly we are collecting important things. And also, that's quite interesting with the poster exhibition in Hagfors, is that it also contains a lot of props, original props and clothes from films that were supposed to be thrown out, but we managed to save them, as well as original screenplays and so forth. So we're becoming a kind of a museum, I guess.
It's not hoarding, it's archiving.
Exactly.
Well, thank you very much, Rickard. It's been great talking to you about the book, and congratulations again. It's an incredible achievement, and I know we're going to be talking more in the coffee break afterwards, and we've got more fantastic speakers and panels and screenings coming up after this. Don't forget, some of those posters are available to buy outside here. Originals. They're in mint condition, but they are the originals.
Yeah, and we want to plug for our next speaker after the break, which is Brian Iskov. We'll talk about Danish sex comedies, and he has written the amazing, heavy, big book called Denmark on the Bedside. So in a while, you'll be able to listen to him. It's going to be very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
moderator för hela delen med vad sa du? Så han det? Patrik, ska jag introducera? Du ska köra prata med engelska.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Wickman Week proudly presents the author of the amazing, very well researched book Danmark på sängekanten, Denmark on the bedside. My good friend Brian Iskov, welcome.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a journalist from Copenhagen, also some kind of film historian, and author of this book. And I had the pleasure of being a guest at Patrick and Rickard's fabulous podcast, Colpix Radio, to talk about the Danish sex comedies of the 1970s, which is what this book is also all about. We call them Sengekant and Stjernetegn film. That would be the Bedside and Zodiac series in English. And believe it or not, at the time they were known as family porn. That's what we called them. It was the 70s. And they are, it's the most peculiar chapter of Danish cinema history that hadn't really been properly examined. So I decided to take a deep dive into these films that everyone in Denmark seems to know, although very few will admit to having them in their DVD collections or even having seen. Maybe they saw one back in the 70s, or they've heard about the one with Susanne Bjerrehuus. They have quite a poor reputation also in scholarly circles, even though they were some of the biggest money makers ever in the history of Danish cinema, which is not something that is widely known, actually. They did put Danish films on the map at the time. And they're also time capsules. They are a really unique expression of the time they were made. They could not be made at any other time than the 70s. And I will tell you why for the next hour. Here we go. This is Palladium Studios, north of Copenhagen in Hellerup, right next to Øresund. This was the hub of productivity for the bedside films, and also some earlier attempts at pushing the boundaries of what was allowed to be shown in Danish cinema. It was actually originally a Swedish-Danish joint venture back in 1919. Yeah, that's right, 1919. And they found global success in the silent era with comedies with Fyrtårnet og Bivognen, called Tall and Short in English. And primarily Palladium, as they were one of the 4 Danish major studios from the 20s onwards to the 60s, 70s. All of them primarily made what we call folk comedies, which I believe the definition in the dictionary is it's a play about common people, often done as low comedy, and then you might add they often had song interludes, so there was very family-friendly type of comedy. The Palladium also made some popular melodramas about manor houses, and every 10 years they produced a masterpiece by Carl Theodor Dreyer. That was their artistic claim to fame. In the late 60s, we already heard a little bit about it. The film industry also in Denmark was in dire straits. There was a drastic drop in attendance at the theaters due to the competition from television mostly. And also we had no government support for local film production until 1972. And even our biggest box office draw, which was Dirch Passer, whom you also know in Sweden, even he couldn't sell tickets anymore by the late 60s. He wasn't a sure sell anymore. But Palladium had found maybe a solution way back in 1962. with the film Det tossede paradis, Crazy Paradise in English, Bocken i paradiset på svenska. And here we have Dirch Passer in the lead in what is one of the earliest Danish comedies that have not only nudity but actually an erotic subject matter. It's about an island in Denmark where the hens lay eggs they work as aphrodisiacs. There's certain very special eggs, and it was directed by none other than later Academy Award recipient Gabriel Axel, who is the gentleman in the officer's uniform. He has a small cameo in the film, dressed like that. And Gabriel Axel, he was born in Denmark, but he came off as he was very French. A larger-than-life, very flamboyant character, and one of his many talents was that he was always able to persuade his young actresses to appear nude in his films. He was very good at that. And this caused quite a stir in 1962, and even though it was rated 16, it turned out to be Palladium's biggest box office hit since 1934. And they did make a copy with English subtitles to be shown in the Palladium Cinema Theatre, which is close to Tivoli and the Central Station for the tourists. And of course, Dirch Passer was no longer the selling point, it was the nude ladies for the foreign audience, because Palladium discovered there was a foreign audience for this kind of comedy. Normally you couldn't show Danish films anywhere but Denmark, but this one had export appeal. At least 30 countries bought Crazy Paradise. In Finland, it played for 62 weeks, non-stops. It went all the way to Australia eventually, and it opened the gates for more risque material, which was also a sign of the times, because in 1965, the Danish Supreme Court allowed the publication of this book, Fanny Hill, very old, very famous British novel, after a much publicized trial, which eventually led to written pornographic materials being legislated in 1967. And 2 years later, in 1969, the pornographic materials and pictures and images was also permitted as the first country in the world to do this. But until then, after Crazy Paradise, we saw another studio, Novare Studio. They did primarily exploitation versions of this wave of Scandinavian sin that you Swedes had initiated with One Summer of Happiness, and even Bergman, Just Not in the Silence, was, as we can see here, that's the Danish cinema poster. It says it's allowed, it's now being shown with no censor cuts. Famously, it has a very, for its time, explicit, simulated intercourse, but nonetheless a sex scene. And Carl Theodor Dreyer, who I mentioned previously, he went to see The Silence in Stockholm with John Hilbart, who was the production manager on the latest Dreyer film. And after having gone to the cinema, they sat around in silence drinking Ramlösa and didn't really know what to make of this film. And eventually Dreyer said, well, the only possible way to go now is to show genitals at work in close-ups. And he was right about that. In 1965, Palladium again enjoyed a surprise hit with Soyas 17, 17, based on the author Soyas kind of racy memoirs of his youthful days and his erotic coming of age. Soya enjoyed satirizing the sexual mores and double standards of the time, especially enjoying poking holes in taboos. And like Gabriel Axel, he argued for a more fun and a relaxed view of sexuality, as he wanted it to be seen as a natural part of life. And the film adaptation of Soya introduced this young man, Ole Søltoft, as the awkward young virgin, which was, he kind of became haunted by that ever since. He does appear fully nude from behind in the film, but the bigger sensation was that the ladies also went nude in this one. it became the most profitable Danish film of the 60s. And 2/3 of the profits came from abroad, because once again, Palladium had an international hits on its hands. It played for 80 weeks in London, and it even got a positive review in Playboy magazine in the States. And in Sweden, a film critic called Jonas Simar, he coined a phrase in Stockholm's Tidende when he reviewed Sjutton and called it glad porr, happy porn. I believe that's here the term originates. And he's even quoted on the American poster with a very favorable review quote. Interestingly, this film was directed by a woman, Annelise Meinicke, who I will talk about on Saturday. She and Palladium Studios, they continued to push the boundaries with this film, Without a Stitch, which we're showing tonight at Biofasaden at 6 p.m. And this was based on a Norwegian novel by Jens Bjørneboe, which had been banned in its home country. Eventually, well, it's here we see the Danish version, which of course sold very well. And this led to the the floodgates burst wide open in June 1969 when the conservative Minister of Justice of Denmark, Knud Testrup, he legalized pornographic pictures, and we became world famous in Denmark for that for a couple of years, as being a haven for everything carnal pleasures. And we even had the infamous sex convention at the porn trade at Copenhagen, and we had the Theander brothers who made millions or billions even with their color climax 8mm hardcore films. And this picture is this may be from Istedgade, just behind the central station, which was transformed into a tourist trap with sex shops and live shows on both sides for a couple of years. The same year in '69, censorship in Denmark of films was also abolished and replaced by an advisory rating system. And from '69 onwards, it's said that roughly 1/3 of all Danish films had some kind of erotic content or sexual themes or pornographic sequences. Here is a sample of both social realist dramas who could now portray sex in a realistic way, not always in a positive way. We also had some sleazy exploitation, but not that much. And also some straight dramas had some hardcore porn inserted by producers who saw a way to make a few quick bucks. Eventually, Palladium settled upon a formula with the Bedside series. For the next 10 years, from 1970 and to 6 years eventually, they serialized the format using Soyer's name as the starting point. He was kind of a stamp of approval because he was a well-respected author. And with the Bedside series, Palladium made sex a fun and presentable thing for the entire family, hence the family porn label. These were soft-core comedies shown in ordinary mainstream theaters, along with all other kinds of films. And as I said before, porn became sort of a social phenomenon due to the certain freedom of sexual expression in Denmark. But I believe that for most Danes, their personal experience of the sexual revolution was to go into their local cinema and see a bedside film. That was it. This first one is very loosely based on a short story by Soyer. It's called Bedside Mazurka, and we're showing that tomorrow, also in Biofasaden in Hagfors. And the gentleman at the typewriter is, of course, Soyer, the writer. And it was populated by all the great Danish veteran actors, and after Jensen, Carl Stegger, Axel Strøby, But it made a star of these two. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to show you a bit of the trailer. It's in Danish, but I think you get the gist of it. It goes on for quite a bit, so we'll probably not see all of it. But this is the trailer for the very first bedside film.
Nu skal de bare høre. Søja, den berømte forfatter, har skrevet mange noveller. Den, jeg holder mest af, hedder Mazurka. Handlingen foregår på den fine, gamle kostskole Krabbesegård og har inspireret Palladium til at indspille en ny, festlig farvefilm. Og de kan godt begynde at glæde dem, for nu kommer Mazurka på sengekanten. Skolens rektor, Axel Strøby, skal være kulturminister og skal derfor afløses som rektor. Hans kone, Annie Birgit Garde, vil gerne have lektor Holst, Paul Hagen, til rektor. Men eleverne foretrækker lektor Mikkelsen. Ole Søltoft, det er altså mig. Mikkelsen støttes også af skolerådets formand, Karl Stegger. Det er en alvorlig hindring for den unge Mikkelsen, at de er jo ikke gift. Gift? Nej.
Heller ikke forlovet?
Nej, overhovedet ikke. Spor.
Jamen,
Lektor Mikkelsen kan ikke finde ud af det der med damer, selvom han fristes af så dejlige piger som Gunilla, Anne-Grethe og Birte Tove. Mazurka på sengekanten er fuld af muntre situationer.
Ja, det er den, de skal trykke på, Mix. De har noget at lære, hva'? Solen skinner i øjnene, ja.
Mazurka, det er faktisk den eneste dans, jeg rigtig kan. Med vifteben. Jeg har aldrig... det er lidt vanskeligt at forklare.
Det behøver de heller ikke. Man kan mærke det på lang afstand.
Nå,
Ja, man kan ligefrem lugte.
hvilket?
Som far siger, ham Mikkelsen kunne blive en udmærket rektor for den gamle skole, som bare kunne være sikker på, at han ikke var født.
Du godeste.
Ja, der.
Den her, den er æggende. Og man kan også bruge den til at klø sig på ryggen.
Sæt mig ned! Jeg vil ikke, om hvad det står, de gør.
Vil de danse?
Ja, tak. Mazurka.
Det bliver rektorfruen, der lærer Mikkelsen, hvordan man kan udnytte den gode gamle dans Mazurka.
Nej, han knæpper mig i mazurka-takt.
På gensyn til Mazurka på sengekanten. Mazurka på sengekanten kommer på dette lagen. Lærred.
They made long trailers back then. As you can see, it's basically your ordinary Danish comedy with a bit of striptease and some nudity, and that's about it. It's very mild, seen today. But sensationally, this became a major hit all across the world. These two young actors became stars. Birte Tove, she was 25. She was actually a trained operating nurse. She wasn't an actress. She had been a topless model for a couple of years all over Europe. And this really made her famous, all the way to Hong Kong, where she spent half a year at Shaw Brothers Studios doing kung fu movies and other fun stuff. Her co-lead in the first 5 bedside films is Ole Søltoft. Just to give you a glimpse of Bamboo House of Dolls, which was Birte Tove's exploitation female prison flick from Hong Kong. Søltoft was a review actor, a promising talent, but this after 17 and the Song of the Red Ruby, he'd kind of got typecast doing this kind of shtick as a very unlikely ladies' man. He doesn't look like Robert Redford exactly. He's short, he's kind of pudgy, he wears glasses, but he's very relatable as a kind of Danish everyman. He also got parts in some Swedish and one Chinese film. And he became quite wealthy from doing the Bedside series, although he also secretly became quite unhappy, partly because he felt this typecasting. He couldn't really get cast as anything else as this bumbling, young, virginal kind of guy. Also, I think we can say this now, he was also closeted bisexual, so this kind of image was at odds with his personal life. Many of his colleagues felt that his talents were squandered by this series. Eventually, you will see over the course of 8 Bedside films, he tends to overact more and more wildly. Mazurka was shown in, here we go, at least 40 countries across the globe. And it's Europe, it's the Americas, it's Australia, even the Philippines. Interestingly, in Italy, we could see a few posters here. The Italians, they got a Swedish film. La mazurka le svedesi la ballano a letto. Didn't matter. It was Scandinavian, it was sinful. And this on the right is the Argentinian poster. In Argentina, it became number 2, below The Godfather, but just above James Bond in 1972. It's big stuff. It was the number 1 box office hit in Norway. They called it Sound of Mazurka because it beat Sound of Music as their all-time number 1. And yes, it was huge in Sweden as well. It was the best-selling foreign language film, only beaten by The Immigrants, your very own Jan Troell movie. And it's believed that 1.5 Swedes paid to see Mazurka in the cinemas. It's quite a feat. A report from the Times stated that it was mostly elderly women who came to see Bedside Mazurka in Sweden. They loved it. The actresses were sent on promotion trips to Stockholm and also Mexico City. And interestingly, the film got better reviewed abroad than it did at home. The Danish critics didn't like it at all. But international critics, they were charmed by the liberated spirit and the carefree attitude, which they felt was something uniquely Scandinavian at this point in time. And here we go, the assembly line is running 8 Bedside films in the course of 6 years. So some years we got 2 Bedside films in 1 year. Talk about striking while the iron is hot. Only the third, Rektor på Sängkanten, Bedside Headmaster, is the direct sequel to the first one. Otherwise, it's more or less the same plot, but transposed to different environments. We have a dental school, a provincial village, a manor house, and eventually we get to an escort service and a cargo ship. It's the same man who directed all these, John Hilbrad, Dra's production manager. He was the chief of production at Palladium, so it was easy for him just to step in and do the directing as well. He was already getting on the payroll, so that was they saved some money by making him the director. He was a very, what we call a journeyman director. He had no artistic ambitions whatsoever. He only wanted to make people laugh and make money for Palladium, and he did both of these. He would sometimes defend the Bedside series by saying that he did, to some extent, try to make them mildly satirical and to poke a little bit of fun at contemporary issues and holding a mirror up to Danish society. If someone asked, that was his excuse. And he was also happy to promote a more relaxed and humorous attitude towards sex in general. But eventually, he got a competition from another company. Just as we had the Carry On series in the United Kingdom, they too went away from innuendo and implied sex to become more crass, and the Bedsides did the same. In the last 3 films they had to include, or felt they did have to include, brief glimpses of explicit sex. And this was not only due to increased competition from soft and hardcore porn from other countries, as they too loosened up the legislation, West Germany, France, Sweden, United States, But the Zodiac series, which is this one, directly went into competition with the bedside films. There were a lot of the same actors. There were also comedies, but these were not softcore. These were actual hardcore porn comedies, produced by a young upstart called Anders Sandberg. He was the son of Henrik Sandberg, who had made millions doing Jack Passer comedies. And Anders had been a co-investor along with his dad in Jens Jørgen Thorsen's Quiet Days in Clichy. And he made it his goal to do a proper mainstream comedies with explicit pornographic content. He wanted to marry the two, and in contrast to the more sordid version of sex that you saw in a lot of art house cinemas, art house films, he wanted sex to be shown as fun. He broke new ground in 1972 when he produced what I believe is the first porn film with an actual narrative. It's The Bordello. It was shown at the Cannes Film Festival a month before Deep Throat had its world premiere, so he was a pioneer. And it made so much money for Sandberg that he could build his own studio in an old barn north of Copenhagen. And this is where he filmed all 6 Zodiac films. And the first one kind of rode the wave of porn chic, as they call it, with Deep Throat in the cinemas. He also imported that to Denmark. He imported porn films as well. The first Zodiac film, In the Sound of the Virgin, is a very, very silly and very bawdy comedy of errors. It was marketed as an erotic comedy, which he now, Sandberg, agrees that he should have called it a pornographic farce, because that's what it is. We have Danish and Swedish porn models going at it, while Ole Søltoft is clowning around with established Danish character actors on the some even from the Royal Theatre. It's a very strange mixture, and even young people who weren't alive at this time, they know about these films and they think their reaction is always WTF. How did this even happen? In the top left, you have a young stage actor called Bent Warburg. He died last year. He insisted on doing the hardcore scenes himself because he thought that was the honest thing to do. And he met his future wife, Anne B. Warburg, on the set of In the Sound of the Virgin when they had sex at the Hallandsväderö for an entire afternoon. It was 5 hours at least. And the director of the first Zodiac film was actually came from the Danish Film School, and he had somewhat artistic leanings, which you also can see in also the photographer was a very renowned photographer called Henning Christiansen. So the Sound of the Virgin has a surreal dream ballet, which is the middle picture, and an underwater orgy scored to Burt Bacharach's What the World Needs Now Is Love, and actually got permission to use that from Bacharach himself when Sandberg met him on a plane. And it can be said for not only this one, for all the Zodiac films, you have to see it to believe it. The most unbelievable thing was actually that this Zodiac film was also shown in ordinary mainstream cinemas in Denmark. It was widely available. It wasn't some sleazy sideshow or anything. And just like the Bedside series, it was one of the biggest. I believe The Sound of the Virgin was the second largest Danish box office draw in 1973, and also big in Sweden, as you can see here, which is why Sandberg began casting more Swedes in his follow-ups. Maybe you recognize some of the faces at the right. And he also churned out 5 Zodiac films in as many years. Every single one of them was released during the summer holidays to get the tourists into the Danish cinemas as well. And these are the 6 Zodiac films: the Taurus, the Gemini, the Lion, the Scorpio, and the Sagittarius. And some of them had totally random titles when they got shown abroad, like Danish Blue or Emmanuel in Denmark. It has nothing to do with anything. Again, a lot of the same actors as the Bedside series, but way broader in style. The first 4 were period pieces, and the last 2 were contemporary spy spoofs. And they got shown around the world in very different cuts one of them was cut by half an hour by the Italian censor, so it lasted for 59 minutes, I believe. Very short feature film. And they also became increasingly unhinged as the series went on. The last couple of films are just insane. But they made Sandberg a very rich man. He's still alive today and enjoys his, I think he retired at the age of 45. And enjoys life. The thing is, the Bedside films and the Zodiac films, along with the Olsen Gang films, they were the only Danish films in the 70s to make a profit. In the 60s and the 70s, almost every Danish film was a loss maker. So this is where the money was, and that's why the industry began making more sex films. And this happened not only in Denmark, we also saw it in a lot of other European countries. This is just a few crazy images from the Zodiac series. The UK had the Confessions series and the Adventurers series. And even though the tone of the Bedside film kind of resembles Confessions, it's just not quite the same. West Germany made their Tyrolean softcore comedies, and we also had some Australian ones, even shown in Denmark, and eventually the Carry On series, a British staple of family entertainment, became more desperate and had to include more nudity. But there is something uniquely Danish about this, the Bedside and the Zodiac series combination of low comedy, very popular and esteemed character actors, and porn, whether soft or hardcore. These were the films that helped perpetuate the myth of Danish sin and the Nordic countries as this carnal paradise. And by the time the Bedside and Zodiac films came to an end in 76 and 78, the interest sort of had petered out, just as it happened in other countries, because of the increased competition from actual hardcore porn films. Also, times were changing. Flower Power was out. The first one, Mazurka, you saw there was a hippie demonstration in the streets, also very much a product of its time. But now in the late 70s, disco was in, glitter was in, artificiality was in, and also both series just ran out of steam. They did become almost totally incoherent. This is from the very last Zodiac film in 78, which did not become a success. It was the only film to it barely broke even because people just had enough of them. Also, I think we have time to show you a trailer of the very last Zodiac film. So you have seen some of the first Bedside film and some of the last Zodiac film. And I had a hard time finding a Zodiac trailer that did not include hardcore pornography. But we'll see if the Facebook censors will allow this. The sign of the Sagittarius.
Er planerne der?
Ja, i en af dem her. De 3 andre er fulde af sprængstof.
Så må du sige, den er meget... Letar inte du efter någon?
Nej, det förväntar jag. Jag har funnit något mycket bättre.
Og det, mine herskaber, er den berømte svirkasemetode, som kan udtrykkes med 2 ord. 6 stanker. Så er vi færdige med morgengymnastikken. Nej! Nej! Nej!
Hvad er det der?
Signal fra forsvarsministeren.
Hvem er det, der påstår? Han er ansat i efterretningstjenesten.
Det er ham derovre.
Jensen, passagerlisten. Jeg er meget ked af det, chef, men jeg var lige ved. Bræt af slaget rammet. Kastet hårdt mod jord.
Wolfgang, har du andre kvinder?
C'est très intéressant. Sig mig engang, ved Miljøstyrelsen i det hele taget noget om det der? Ellers skulle jeg måske lige smutte hen og ringe. Nej, det kan jeg ikke.
Da jeg ordinerer en herre til en herre og en dame til en dame,
så har de sgu værsgo at sluge medicin.
Giv mig den.
Jamen,
Ellers bliver jeg nødt til at skyde dig.
Nej, jeg er en anden kaffe.
Hvorfor jeg kan fortsætte med at studere til podcast lige nu?
Efter ham! Fang ham! Find ham!
Nej, jeg ved ikke noget. Jeg ved ikke. Han har den.
Skal vi sige 1 gang penis sukulus 2 gange dagligt? Senere kan vi jo altid optrappe behandlingen.
Undskyld, doktor. Hvad gør man, som nu ikke kan få den tilladt?
Hvorfor?
De ved med, hvad jeg mener. Hvis den ikke...
Ja, det må de sandelig tale med en psykiater om. Det her, det er jo en slankeklinik.
As you can see, it's quite a leap from Bedside Mazurka to this. It's only 8 years of difference. And the last Bedside film suffers from this as well. It infamously features a gang rape on a freight ship, and this is played for laughs. And also, of all the Bedside films, the Bedside Sailors, the last one from '76, is the only one that exists in a alternate version, a hubba hubba version, as the director called it. Was prepared for the foreign market with additional hardcore sex scenes inserted. That was shot and edited into the narrative, and the result was actually released on VHS in Sweden. That's where I found it. And it's an entirely different film. It's a regular porn flick with comedy scenes, not the other way around. But still, with all these famous Danish actors, we saw them also in this trailer. They're from Olsen Gang, they're from Matador, they're from the Dirk Passer films. Very family established names in family entertainment. No one working on Bedside Sailor felt good about this, not least of all the director John Hilbert, and many were sad that the last production Palladium ever made, this very esteemed Dreyer's studio, for God's sakes, the last film they ever made was a hardcore porn film. And there was kind of a major hangover in the 80s when these films eventually fell out of fashion and favor. Ole Søltoft, he did continue to have a career in comedy theater, but he never got another film offer. He lived until 1999, and he definitely was a victim of typecasting, even though he did enjoy a minor renaissance in the 90s, especially in Sweden, where he was the guest of honor at Fantastisk Film Festival in Lund, which is where he is pictured here. And he died, he was only 59 years old, and he had become an intermittent drinker by the time he visited Lund. So it was a kind of a sad story for Ole Søltoft. He really got caught in the trap of these sex comedies, as you might say. This picture on the right is from a review he did in '83, where he was already lampooning his bedside image as the eternal sex comedy actor. The other male stars of the Bedside films, who also were featured in some of the Zodiacs, one of them is Søren Strømberg, seen to the left. He had it even worse than Søltoft. He used to be a beat musician and a teenage idol in the 60s. And he got a film career going at Palladium because he was just a natural in front of a camera. He was just being himself, more or less. And he parties his way through both of these film series and 6 wives before he drank himself to death at the age of 56. And Bent Warburg to the right, he believed that he was ostracized for insisting on doing his own porn scenes. I spoke briefly with him before he died on the phone, and in his view, he was actually ahead of his time, because nowadays it is seen as a mark of quality, even as serious films have serious actors in film. Mark Rylance in Intimacy, for instance, do hardcore sex scenes or nudity, and he was just before all of the others did it. As for the actresses, Birte Tove, who wasn't really an actor, she went back to her job as an operating nurse and did some summer reviews in television. Susanne Yates, who we see at the far left, she jumped ship just in time along with Birte Tove before they got into the hardcore stuff. She did children's theater and is still alive today. Others felt more pigeonholed and stigmatized, mainly those who made their debut in these series. One of them is N.B. Warburg, who we see on the right. She changed her name, Vivi Rau changed her name, Anne-Grete Nissen changed her name, because their past just kept haunting them, they felt. And N.B. totally changed careers. She worked in the medicinal industry for many years afterwards. Other actresses, Lisbeth Lundqvist, Annie Birgit Garde, they found it hard to be taken seriously after participating in this. There was definitely a double standard that said there was an innocence at the time, but there was also an exploitation of this innocence, and that balance sort of tipped. And the Danish so-called frisind, the free spirit, wasn't really all that. They felt there was definitely a backlash, which is also why most of the female cast that were in the films today, those who are alive, they refused to talk about them. So it was difficult to find someone to interview for the book. So the Danish free spirit, or frisind, mostly seems to have been a fabrication of the tabloid press mostly, and the yellow press, because sex sells. They could put a nude woman on the front page and they knew that was gonna sell like gangbusters. You can say about these bedside and Zodiac films, they did save Danish cinemas from, and the film industry from going under in the 70s. Them and the Olsen Gang series kind of kept the whole thing alive until eventually other stuff happened in the 80s. And that gave us these curious artifacts, which they fall somewhere between the crass commercialism and the exploitation, and also some kind of progressive morality, because they did insist upon sex being fun and natural and innocent. They have a sort of innocence about them, at least the early films. And we can look back on them as these time capsules that are quite unique, because there was a window of 8 years when this was not only possible, but someone thought it was a great idea to cross-pollinate the Danish folk comedy and porn. And we will never see that happen again. And also it was okay for the general public to go and see a glad por in the local cinema, which also today, when we try showing these around Denmark, there are like 4 or 5 people in the audience, because I think they feel embarrassed by it, as well as the actors did. But even though these film series have been somewhat overlooked and frowned upon in Danish film history, I think we can now finally acknowledge and appreciate, not least with this book, that they are not just silly sex comedies. There are actually a lot of things to discuss about them, not least the time in which they were made and the contrast to the time we're in now. We have time for questions or comments. I would like to know if any of you have seen films from other countries that are similar to these, or is this just entirely unique to Denmark, this kind of sex comedy as we've seen a few examples of here?
I think that Sweden had at least 3 of them hardcore ones that were inspired by the Danish.
Okay.
For Skandalskolan, the second was called The Second Coming of Eva. That's very similar in tone. Bellamy with Harry Reeves, and I think also Justine and Juliet has Anne-B. Warburg and Bent Warburg. Some of the actors crossed over to Sweden
for a kind of similar thing, but we never had a series of films.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I should reiterate for the streaming audience. I don't know if they can hear you. So there were a few Swedish sex comedies that resemble these, but they came later and it was not part of a series. I believe the Swedes tended to make more hard-hitting exploitation films. Is that correct? Yeah. Most
based on famous novels.
famous novels. Yeah, that's right. Fanny Hill. Yeah. And Britain had the carry-ons and the confessions.
Really sexy.
No.
The sex was a joke. It was the fear of sex.
It's
and I did the sex was something embarrassing.
Yeah.
But then they had the confession series and the adventure series that you were saying about. Again, the sex there is punchline, the joke. It's not as sexy as what we're seeing here. It's not as erotic. It's not soul sex. And it never really transitioned into hardcore.
Hardcore was not allowed in UK, right? No. Yeah. But the carry-on series, you say they were more about the fear of sex, the British fear of sex, than actually celebrating sex. Yeah.
Sex is always a joke with a punchline, but you might end up having a good sex or you might not be seen, or there was no pleasure taken in sex. It was a joke.
Yeah, naughty innuendos and yeah.
Yeah, I mean the nudity in Carry On Emmanuel with breasts and Kenneth Bum.
Yeah, that's not much.
It's not a big, it's not a great.
No, we were there in '65 with Soy 17, so yeah.
The special would be not so much the Tyroler one, but the Josephine Nutzenbacher in terms of being based on famous literary novels, having some pedigree, but mainly focusing on the more saucy aspects.
Yeah.
And also spawning several films.
That's right. I forgot to say that these were made on a fairly decent budget. They were mainstream films. Also, I think that might distinguish them from some other countries' production of softcore porn, because these were actually they were not cheap. I mean, Mikael Salomon, who later became Oscar-nominated DOP on James Cameron's The Abyss, he photographed two of the bedside films, and he told me that he was actually allowed to drive to Rome in Italy and bring back a camera crane because he wanted one for a certain shot, an establishing shot, and they said, okay, as long as you pick it up yourself. So he drove to Rome in a day and back again.
And also something that when they have this reviews in the papers, they're also telling that this is a cheap film.
Okay.
So the thing I was thinking about is whether they are like humorous, but when you laugh at them or not, because it's often difficult at times when I look at them today. Was it intentional that it should be funny, or do I only think nowadays when I look at them that they are funny, because it's like in between.
Yeah.
They are pretending that they're serious, but in fact they're not.
Yeah. Are these the Swedish films you're talking about, or? Yeah.
Yeah. But
they're more unintentionally funny today, maybe.
Maybe unintentionally. I'm not quite sure sometimes, but also that they have this. They're pretending that they have a message of some kind.
Oh yeah.
Of course, it's obvious it's not that important really, because they were made for other reasons. But they often have this kind of they're presented in a way that they should be more serious than they actually are.
Yeah, they are letting on that they're serious topics they're discussing, but it's just an excuse to show some skin.
Sorry to this girl because she's had a bad story or whatever. And of course you realize that if they're telling about stories, they show her and you can all this.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not really that much empathy for her, really. I mean.
Yeah. Patrick?
Two questions. You talked about them as time capsules. I was wondering if you could elaborate. And second question, as you pointed out, a lot of these actors became typecast, especially Stutthoff, but other ones like Gitte Nörby seem to have completely shaken it off and found great respectability on stage and screen in other films. So what was it that sort of distinguished or made it so different for the different actors?
Yeah. The first question about the films being time capsules. Some of the attitudes are frowned upon today. There's even Bedside Mazurka, which is a pretty sweet mild, innocent film, especially when you watch it through our modern lens. It's there is some sexual harassment in it that is just shrugged off, like, oh, this is just totally normal. We do this all the time. It's not a big deal. And we are kind of meant to celebrate it. It's Ole Søltoft who learns how to handle the women, because all of these gorgeous women just want to teach him, apparently. And the one played by Anne-Grethe Nissen, she plays the sister of Birte Tove's character in Mazurka. She, or is it maybe it's the headmaster's wife who claims that this sister has claimed that Ole Søltoft's character tried to rape her, which he didn't at all. She was coming on to him very strongly, and he rejected it just as strongly. But she spins like a narrative of being some kind of a rape, and then eventually he does rape her, kind of, in the forest, and it's okay. And well, that's just shows you how far we've come in 54 years. Yeah. So that's part of the time capsule aspect. Also, that's the fashions, the music, style of comedy. Even it's not seen today, but mostly the attitudes and the expression of sexual. Just being relaxed about it in that kind of way, but also trying to examine the limits of what you can get away with, basically. And as to the actors, some of them were not caught in this typecasting trap, and there was mostly those who had a career prior to the Bedside and Zodiac films. The big guy who was dressed like a Danish king, Carl Stegger, in the Zodiac trailer, he got a lot of criticisms from the press by participating in these films. They felt it was beneath him. An actor of his stature could not degrade himself like this by being part of hardcore porn films. But he defended them. For once, he thought they were fun to make, because here he was an old laborer from Jutland, and he was surrounded by young ladies who barely had any clothes on, and that was his day at work. Also, the unemployment rates in Denmark were very high in the 70s, and also, as Carl Stegger said, well, who wouldn't take a job that was decently paid in a time like this? So he got over it, and Arthur Jensen, the small whiny guy who was put up on the cupboard by Ricky Brook in the trailer, he actually went all the way back to Palladium. In 1925 he made his first Palladium film. These were some of his last ones. He did Matador, the series, afterwards, and no one cared that he was in these films. It was just, oh well, it's Arthur Jensen, he does what he does. And he always came, when Palladium rang him up, he said, oh, okay, I'm going to gild your shit again. Fine, I'll do it. He was very well paid for this also. Gita Nørby, who you mentioned, she said no to the Bedside and Zodiac series. Also, Jack Passer said no. Ove Sprogøe said no. And they were not picky, but they said no to this. Gita Nørby was in 17 and then Song of the Red Ruby, and then she moved on to something. She's done so many things that she barely even remembers doing these films. And we remember her for Matador and all kinds of stuff. So it's more or less the label is how much else did they do? What do we remember? Some of the lovely Annie Birgit Garde, who plays the headmaster's wife in Bedside Mazurka. She was a respected stage actor and continued to be a stage actress she's still alive and active, I believe. It's 87 or something. She doesn't want to talk about the Bedside films. She is. I don't know if she's ashamed of them, but she feels that they have kind of been mashed together with the Zodiac films. People can't tell them apart, and that bothers her, that people think she was in hardcore porn films. So she really would prefer that people would talk about her stage work, but they don't. And she knows that in her obituary it will say Birgit Garde from the Bedside series. And that's how it is. Yeah, Birte Tove was the only one who actually embraced it wholeheartedly. And alas, she died before I could talk to her. She died in 12 years ago. She was ill with sclerosis, I believe. But she, because she wasn't a trained actress, she just thought, well, this was just, she had a ball. It was just fun for her to be celebrated like this and getting contract with the Shaw Brothers in Hong Kong, and it was just, she loved it. Yeah, maybe, yeah.
What would say the difference in men and women? It works for a woman to be kind of...
Yeah, probably.
We have a few problems in Sweden where it seems to be like that. What is your...
Yeah, well, it was definitely harder to get women to talk about the films when I did my research, and I understand why, because they were more exposed. You do not see Olle Sultoft full frontal in any of the films. You do actually in Champagnegaloppen, I believe, very briefly in the Swedish film he was in, but maybe he thought that was never going to be shown in Denmark, but it was. So, but as a Bent Warburg felt some of the same backlash, and Sultoft, Strömberg, their careers kind of ended with the last Zodiac film. So it kind of went both ways. They both men and women felt that they had a price to pay afterwards. There was the hangover period in the 80s, and then a slight uptick again in the 90s where porn became fashionable again. But it was shown the last thing Sultoft did was Fräcka Fredag in Sweden, and also a theme night on Danish television about Danish film comedy history, where he and Birte Tove were all friends. They had a reunion there, but he didn't really want to admit that he was typecast, but he kind of said, well, yeah, maybe I was. So, are we out of time? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, is she still alive, or? No, Diana Kjær is not alive. Okay.
We talked about the research and some others, and they had that bad life later on, but that really goes to like a particular women experience, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know about Denmark and Sweden.
Yeah, well.
He did a hard life.
He did, yeah, and Strömberg did as well, but they were huge stars for a brief amount of time, and then they faded, and that must be hard to deal with, whether you're an alcoholic or not, or it must be a rough fall from the heights. Yeah, Maria had a last question.
I was just wondering about the attitude in Denmark to this part of Danish history, because when the world's oldest porn store closed down in Copenhagen 15 years ago or something.
Yeah.
I read some newspaper articles, and at this point in time there was some comment sections in the newspaper. People could write in what they thought. And many people also wrote this article about how the porn store was closing down. And many people who were commenting were like, oh, finally, we're getting rid of this. And there were a few of them were saying, oh, this should be in a museum because it's important. Many of them were like, finally, we're getting rid of this shame on the Danish culture and so on. So I was wondering, how is the Danish attitude towards this part of it?
Yeah, the Danish attitude towards this part of history is divided, I would say. We tend as a people to pride ourselves of our frisind, but in reality it doesn't go very deep. And some people are embarrassed by our porn past, and some people fight very strongly for free expression of speech as being that you just allows you to say whatever you like, which is not really what it's about. But this is, I think this is a part of it. We want in some way we want to be proud of that we were the first country to legalize porn. But on the other hand, yeah, I think we're ambivalent about it. These bedside films and Zodiac films, they have been selling really well on DVD, so people own them. But I don't think they have them on the shelf when you come into the living room. I don't think, yeah, it's a weird mixture. But it's in scholarly circles, it's in the film industry even, it's kind of been swept under the carpet. So that's why I tried to remove the carpet and see what's underneath there. It sounds sleazier than it was meant, but you get the idea. Okay?
About the two films that will be screening here at the Wickmanveckan.
Yeah, today is Without a Stitch, if I remember correctly, by etablissemanget at Författaren at 6 p.m. It's the one from '68. That was the big global box office hit. And tomorrow, the first bedside film, Bedside Mazurka. I believe they will both be shown in Danish original versions. But in Without a Stitch, she does go on quite a trip through Europe, so there's gonna be some English and German and maybe Swedish, even French. I don't know. I don't remember. But it's. I think you can follow the plot. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your questions, for listening.
Nu. Nyss. Nyss. Det är nyss.
De väntar på oss på nätet. Det är folk som hittar.
Go get my coffee.
Jag säger, men vi känner kvar oss. Det är bra. Right, yes. You have a vegan meat and a sandwich.
Late. That was not so good.
No, I can't hear myself. Sound check. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2.
So, ladies and germs, we have a sort of a loose little thing going on here. We want to go on with the theme of the day, which is the book. Filmer som går, filmer som slår, hard-hitting films, and also Brian's speech, excellent speech just now. The reason for that particularly being here now is that we have almost all of the those films in the book. So that was sort of the segue. But we'd like to go on with a little discussion about genre film in Sweden and how it was perceived in the 60s and 70s. And joining us is Adrian Smith.
Hello.
Very welcome.
Hello.
And Adrian will be on with a lecture on tomorrow, Friday. Which also that's a bit of a connection there because it's about how the British perceived the Swedish films at that time. We won't do any more spoilers here. But from my point of view, I think it's so interesting how the authorities, the politicians, and what we sort of, it's a sloppy expression, I know, but bear with me, the cultural elite had such a hard time, such a problem with genre cinema. And I'm not talking about the sex films really, but more of the action films and the horror films and the sort of sci-fi films. And maybe most of all the spaghetti westerns and the kung fu movies. But it's so odd to me how it could be that provocative and how it could be so important to promote films about sort of social realism, basically. Films about reality, about everyday problems. When people went to the movies to escape everyday life. I mean, that's my view of film, how it would be. But the Swedish Film Institute and the governments of the 60s and 70s, they didn't like that. They thought that we should reflect on our lives and, watch films about reality. And then we have Bergman, which is sort of a little line on its own about bourgeois anxiety, which had nothing to do with contemporary society, but more of upper class problems. Or as a female journalist said the other day, that fucking Bergman, those upper class people. I'm a working girl from a working class background. We had to go to work every day to earn a living. We didn't have time to have that sort of anxiety. Just get your shit together and go to work. So that's a kind of interesting thing. But in terms of genre cinema and how society perceived it, was it the same in the UK?
Yeah, absolutely. I've done a lot of research on the distribution of, like, for example, Italian Euro spy films, and they would be sent into the British Board of Film Censors for classification, and they would cut the violence much more harshly, and then there'd be dialogue back and forth between the censor and the distributor, and the distributor would argue that this is just as bad as you get in a James Bond film, but then the censors would say, yeah, but these films are not as good as James Bond. They're not made as well, and
they were not supposed to have any.
Yeah.
I mean, the censorship in Sweden, at least, were not supposed to be biased or talk about quality.
They absolutely did talk about quality all the time.
Yeah.
And so they would often cut films more harshly because they felt the films were not as of higher artistic merit or quality as something else. So often, those films in particular, violence in Bond films would be passed with like an A rating, so kids could go and see them. But similar violence in what they would dub a poorly made spy film would be cut, or would be given an X certificate. Or
but from a censorship point of view, would that have affected an audience in a worse way than the big budget film? What was the reason? I mean,
well, they were very much of that sort of media harm idea that audiences could be damaged by what they watched, without, as we've said, as I think has already been raised today, without any evidence to support that. But that discourse has been prevalent for decades, and so they felt that they had to protect audiences from such terrible things.
Yeah, but did they also go after those kind of genres that we talk about, like the spaghetti westerns and blaxploitation? Was that also something?
Anything, just anything where if they could take violence out, they would, effectively.
Yeah.
And I mean, you mentioned sort of kung fu films, and there were hundreds of those in the 70s, and they did get through, not like in Sweden where just like one got through. They were seen, but they were often cut. Particular types of violence would be cut as well. They were not fans of what are those things called? Nunchucks.
Yeah.
Didn't like those.
Well, what about the stars? Throwing stars.
They would, you could maybe see them throw it, but not see it land.
Right.
Same as you couldn't show injection of drugs. There's certain things you could imply it, but of course, British film censors, God bless them, created a whole new genre of themselves, the video nasties, which didn't include. So by virtue of not being permitted, these films were suddenly in a genre of their own.
It became, because that's also something I argue in my book, is that when we had that debate in Sweden, we called it video violence. They had a TV program on national television where everyone was very upset because they just saw little snippets of, slasher movies and whatever, which is completely crazy to watch. And they thought that they were made for the medium, that these were like video films made like this. But these were ordinary cinematic works that were shown in cinemas in the countries where they were made. So they were not a particular genre. It's just like video nasties. It's like, these are movies. Yeah,
that's so interesting that they did that, because the BBFC did a similar thing. They edited together a show reel of horrible bits from all these films, and then invited the press and did a screening, and then said, look, this is what we are protecting people from. And then, of course, particularly the right-wing sort of Daily Mail type press wrote these articles, this terrible film violence. But obviously, if you show all that stuff out of context, just
it's completely
clip after clip after clip, it would horrify anybody.
Yeah,
right?
it's.
I wouldn't want to sit and necessarily watch an hour of whatever that was, but it's because they were manipulating the press to be on their side by doing stuff like that, and it was obviously the same.
The same, and in Sweden, most people know that now, but that special program, Studio S, they had children or young teenagers witnessing, testifying about the horrors they had seen. But a friend of ours dug deep and researched that, and these kids were paid by Swedish national television to tell these tales. So they got 200 crowns and a McDonald's meal. And it's proven, and it's the truth. So if you can't make that shit up, if reality won't fit my view, I can tweak it a bit. So,
but it's interesting to me, and without wishing to get too academic about it, what we've seen at Cultpix, where we've taken a very broad definition of what constitutes a genre film. So Estonian Theme Week, yes, there's some science fiction and a werewolf in there, but there's also a woman heating a sauna, which I think is about as social realist as you can get.
Yeah.
To an Estonian audience, strangely, that was the most popular film in that theme week that we had showing it, more so than the science fiction Strugatsky, go figure.
Yeah.
So I think we kind of make the genres, and what also makes the genres, I see as the moral panics out there. So you have these exploitation filmmakers who jump on a trend, or they rip an article, from the newspaper, from the headlines, and then you get backlash against it, which in turn feeds the curiosity and feeds the demand for more films. And it's obviously, we've ticked off the big ones. We have the sex comedies, we have the kung fu films, we have the spaghetti western splatter, kind of Sergio Leone. But then we get into some really interesting niche ones. So again, plugging cult picks, we did made-for-TV exploitation films. And that's about as, you'd think, especially for American network television, as uncontroversial as you can get, because it has to not just pass censored, it has to be approved by Procter & Gamble and the sponsors, to pay for the ads. You cannot upset the sponsors. And yet there have been some amazing things that have come through, like Linda Blair in a juvenile detention center being gang raped with a toilet plunger. Okay, they don't show it explicitly,
no.
but my God, that traumatized some of the people watching it. We had the satanic panic of the 80s in the form of Mazes and Monsters, a take on the Dungeons and Dragon film, with a very, very, very young Tom Hanks, one of his first ever film roles. And it brings back all these memories of these sort of micro genres and sort of micro moral panics and reactions against them. So we think of genres as these big labels of sex comedies, but they're so fluid, and there's so much of it that is in discussion or almost in reaction with society, with culture at large. So to me, it's fascinating, and working on cult picks, it's been a fascinating journey of discovery and education. And every time we think we know something or we understand it, boom, something new amazing just blows up.
And speaking of which, and as we are talking about how governments or sort of the elite perceive these films and work against them through censorship or other means, we found this amazing treasure trove of 16 South African blaxploitation films made in the 80s that have black heroes during apartheid kicking the shit out of white crooks. And then digging deeper into that, those films were financed by the apartheid government. So it doesn't make sense at all. But if you think about it, okay, if the people in the townships are rising up against the government, let's keep them in the in the darkness of the cinema watching heroes. But that somehow they just got stronger from that, and that white guy who was the producer, who was actually a builder, construction guy, he came to the government and said, I want money to make these kinds of films, and they said, sure. And sure enough, he was very much part of the apartheid system. But now he's getting a medal from AMC, from the government, because that sort of pushed things. So it's not a simple thing,
But I guess any time you make something illicit that just draws, obviously like the video Nazis, like you said, all that did was give people a list of stuff to collect, right? Yeah,
and the Studio S show on national television, that was the major breakthrough for VHS in Sweden. Suddenly people started, renting and buying machines and whatever.
I mean, I'm old, I'm the right age that I was renting videos underage in the 80s. And the video shops didn't care how old you were.
No.
I was getting stuff when I was 10 years old that I shouldn't have been renting.
Yeah.
And that's before they really started clamping down on who could have stuff.
And also in Sweden, just like probably in the UK, the legislation wasn't quick enough for the technology. So suddenly we had VHS players and these strange little companies importing all the sort of nasty and all of the kung fu movies, because no one could stop them. So the politicians got a big scare and started investigating really fast. So within, I think, 3 or 4 years, like in 1983 or 84, there was a new law against violence in home video, because they didn't know how to handle that. But many politicians thought it was too weak. They wanted to make it even harder. And a few years after that, they started, and this is like one of the most amazing chapters in Swedish film history, I think. They hired spies to go to video stores to pick out the video nasties and report the owner of the store. But those guys, they were like, people working for the local municipality. They didn't have a degree in cinema history or psychology or whatever. So some of the films that were subjected was Frankenstein, the original one, for instance. So there was that kind of thing happening because everyone was panicking. Speaking of, moral panics.
And you mentioned Mazes and Monsters. When that was on TV in the UK, me and my friends just spent the rest of the week playing Mazes and Monsters, acting it out. We weren't affected by the moral panic element at all. We just thought it was really
had
cool.
the opposite effect.
Yeah.
And also speaking of Sweden and the hatred against kung fu movies, is like everyone in is it called in school? It's mechanic shop or wood crafts. Yeah. All the kids were making nunchucks and stars in metal, even if they couldn't see the movies because they heard of them. It's like the story we heard of the Hungarian James Bond parody that was made. But the Hungarians had never seen a Bond movie because they were all banned. No. But they still wanted to make a parody of it.
Yes. But they could do the music because the music wasn't banned.
Oh, right.
That was the only thing they got.
So do we have any points from the audience? Any thoughts on these matters?
About the lack of Swedish horror movies, or even Swedish folk horror.
Yeah, so
your own legend and your own why is that?
So does every country get specialized in one genre? Do we get stuck with just being sex? What about the other genres? I mean, you've done the poster book, which Swedish one.
Yeah,
specifically pointed out is not just sex.
I think it's a really, really old story, and that is in the 1910s, during the silent movie era, there was one guy in Gothenburg, Georg af Klerker, who made action movies, horror movies, melodramas, and he made 30 movies in 2 years or something like that. But they were, as cinema was considered like this sort of circus thing, this sort of, novelty thing. A lot of people were very upset by that. And then you had Victor Sjöström, and Marit Stiller, who started creating films from famous novels like Selma Lagerlöf, because they wanted to raise the bar so cinema would be something cultural. And that stuck for a long time, even from the silent era on. And then, of course, after many, many years, then became the Film Institute, which was created by Harry Schein, this guy who knew the right ministers in the government. He wasn't appointed by the people of Sweden. And he had this vision that we should take money from the commercial distributors, like 10% of every cinema ticket, and put it into a film institute where we invest that in art movies. And as I say, in movies no one wants to see. So it was a sort of redistribution of the money, because they didn't like genre films. So there are very, very few genre films, especially horror films in Sweden. But we now have a plan at Club Super 8 to release a Blu-ray box with the films by Calvin Floyd, who was a Swedish-American director, and him and his wife, who was his screenwriter, they only made horror-themed films in the late 70s, early 80s, and none of the critics understood anything, and they just slagged them. They said, this is just shit. But that couple, they were left-wing, and they saw them as allegories about genetic engineering and stuff, but no one got the message. So he was really thrown out, basically.
I think it's also an export thing. I think it's very difficult to break through, or was back then, and be known for more than one thing. So you name a country, there's usually just one director. Sweden, of course, is Bergman. Japan, of course, is Kurosawa. France, Truffaut, whatever. And the same with genres. It's fun to try to think about what's the most successful non or other genre film in a country that's known for one particular genre. So of course we have our Terror in the Midnight Sun, which is a favorite, but then think about what's the most famous Dirk Passer film that's not a typical comedy. Over to you, Brian. Features big scary lizard. Reptilicus, yes, of course. Danish kaiju film. But it's just, no, kaiju, that's got to be Japanese, Godzilla. Japan only has one genre, the Godzilla films, the kaiju films. So it became, a way of selling something, I think, in other countries. And when that made up for half the income, which was so important to these, I think they just couldn't afford to stray too far from it. So there never was a sequel to Terror in the Midnight Sun or Reptilicus, sadly. But it's a sadly, unexplored alternative universe where we could have had these amazing genre films.
But in the UK, it's kind of interesting. If we're talking about the 60s, you had like two parallel lines. Which one was the sort of carry-on films, or the saucy, like what the butler saw, or what the taxi driver saw, and then you had the super like realistic, social realistic films, which was also a genre on its own. But weren't they on like parallel tracks?
And the Hammer Horrors.
It was the same time. Yeah. You had a broader perspective.
Social realism has always been the dominant trend in British cinema, going right back to kind of like Nanook of the North and the kind of documentary movement, and then into social realism, particularly in the 50s and 60s, and then being influenced by the French New Wave and all that. And so proper British cineasts are supposed to just like that stuff, and that's the stuff that gets studied and gets funded and everything. And genre cinema, just like everywhere else, is looked down on, and if it's popular then it can't be very good. But I would say that attitudes are probably better now, particularly from in terms of academic study and funding, and even the BFI doing things like the Flipside range, and the BFI have just announced an action season where they're showing Hong Kong action movies, and there's a lot more cultural recognition now of genre cinema in the UK. We've got lots of Blu-rays of all the horror films and carry-ons.
A little, again, plug for Cult Picks, because that's a German Cult Pick. But tying in with what you said, it's interesting, and also tying in with the point that Brian was making of what a genre film can do to a career. One of the upcoming theme weeks we're going to have is going to be, or even theme month, we haven't decided, is artsploitation, which is the crossover between what is art house and what is exploitation. And we've amazingly been able to get a deal to show Michael Paus' Peeping Tom, which is one of the most celebrated directors of respectable cinema, whose career crashed and burned so hard with this really nasty slasher film, which coming out at the same time as Psycho, which didn't do Hitchcock's career any harm, but Michael Powell was just dead after that, having made a pure genre film and really done it well as well. So
it was the British critical response was just outrageous.
But I think one of the problems, and that has been a problem and is still a problem, is that the majority of critics have the same view on cinema. They have that same art house view, and then you don't get many different voices, and you don't get any re-evaluation of sort of exploitation films. But I mean, that's sort of what the Wickman Week is about, isn't it? I mean, we have academics from Sweden, from the UK. We know that there are academics in Finland who are very specialized in these things as well. So this is sort of, this issue is being raised more and more, that you can actually study these films from a serious perspective and get something out of it. It doesn't have to be, Bergman anxiety. There can be so many different things to discuss, and also contextualizing them in terms of their times and current society. I mean, there are a lot of interesting things to talk about.
And nothing new that hasn't been discussed many, many times, but especially if you look at the US, just the number of respectable, quote-unquote, directors who got their start with Roger Corman and came up through that school of exploitation. Everybody from Martin Scorsese to James Cameron to Joe Dante to, you name it. We wouldn't have a big part of the official canon of modern American cinema.
No.
If it hadn't been for the growing ground, Coppola, you could just name check them all day, who started out that way.
And the same,
porn.
Yeah, and the same goes for the VHS generation who could watch all of these old films, like Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez, all of those guys, and younger ones as well, that they were brought up on that and were inspired by low-budget films and invented something new from them, or just stole stuff, which is fine by me. So, I mean, but it's always been looked down upon, I think, by some people. And I had a discussion with Mats Helge Olsson, the Swedish director, who's most famous or infamous for Ninja Mission, and we talked about my book, and I was sort of bothered about why was it so important to, get rid of these films. And then he said, which is quoted, is the ones in power wants to own the story, and these films were not the story they wanted to have. So if you have the power, you want to push it in a certain direction. I think
the audiences want to be shocked.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned Peeping Tom, the reviews, there's that famous review about the best thing to do would be to flush this film away down the sewer.
Yeah.
But one of the cinemas in London took those quotes and then put them outside the cinema to draw people in.
Yeah.
And Peeping Tom, although it was critically hammered, was not a commercial failure. It did well and people wanted to see that. And we only have to look at something like Human Centipede 2 for a similar critical outrage, and obviously it was initially banned by the BBFC, but all that did was make it even more successful than the first one.
Yeah.
And it's a low budget film, no stars in it, nobody would ever really talk about it, but then when the establishment starts going, oh, this is terrible, everyone's like, oh,
yeah,
I want to see this film.
I think that's part of the charm, isn't it? To be involved in these things. That I mean, that's actually the ending of my book. It's like, thank you all for trying to stop this, because it wouldn't have been so much fun to watch these movies and collect them and collect the posters if it wasn't that resistance.
Is it harder to shock today? I'm trying to think of current examples of that, and I know that especially in the horror genre it's still happening. We had the Winnie Pooh, Blood and Honey, and a friend of mine is starting Alice in Terrorland, but is it getting harder to make genre films?
Yeah, I mean, it's easier because you go digital. You don't have to have a 35mm and a lab and cameras and stuff like that, which I think makes people sloppy and lazy because they can shoot as much as they want. I can't see.
But they can't get them into cinemas, can they?
I think distribution is still
the bottleneck.
An issue. Like I just mentioned, Human Centipede 2, Tom Six shot a film probably 5 years ago, and he's still complaining on Twitter that he can't get anyone to distribute it, despite the success of his Human Centipede trilogy, because it's too shocking, apparently.
Right. Yeah, and then of course you have the ones that go for shock value all in, like a Serbian film, and that's not very interesting, I think. I mean, that's part of the game, I guess. Someone wants to up the game, but it's not so exciting, and so that's why I sort of prefer nostalgia.
Like shock value on its own is not necessarily that interesting.
No.
It's when it's shocking by accident that it's more interesting, perhaps.
But is that us being conservative? Because the same thing would have been said about David Friedman films in his time, and they would have been the Human Centipede of the era, and yet here we are, sort of semi bestowing academic glory on them.
Yeah, but I mean, now we are talking a lot in Sweden about a literary canon of certain books that should be, appointed classics or something, and that goes for cinema as well. I mean, everyone feels, these are the films you should watch, but that's only from a certain point of view. So one person's hit is another person's shit. You can't really talk about film like, this is good and this is bad. To me, at least, I can't acknowledge that kind of way of looking at things. It's quite strange. Any other thoughts?
That's our issue with Swedish films. You start to promote and create quality film. And quality is such a slippery term that it's up to the tastemakers to define what quality is. And it's absolutely impossible. It's utterly impossible. It's impossible to define what is colour. It's just what you're making, and whoever chooses to make it at that time. And that's the big issue. I think it has to be quality film, which essentially tends to mean film that doesn't make profit, or film that isn't intended to make profit. And that's why genre films will go away, because it's that Philistine filmmaking that's purely looking for coin rather than art for art's sake.
Yeah, and I mean, not thinking of an audience, it's the opposite of exploitation cinema, I think. And this is what this headline is all about on the T-shirt, which is Tony Wickman, and it's a quote, this is the real article, saying that making movies is like selling hot dogs. And what he meant by that is that for a hot dog to sell, it must be tasty. It must have a customer that likes the taste of the hot dog. And that's how he felt about films, that he wanted there to be an audience. But I think if your film is financed with grants and subsidies, you don't really have you don't really have to have an audience, basically. And I think that's a big difference.
There was good talk a few years ago, actually at the Swedish Film Institute, by one of the most senior Swedes ever in Hollywood, Thomas Egeus, who was Vice President International Distribution at 20th Century Fox, and he said this: where you're all going wrong is that you make films without thinking of who's going to be your audience. You go into thinking, I'm going to make the best films in Citizen Kane, and everybody's going to want to watch it. Nobody wants to say, this film is geared mainly at middle-class women, category 40 to 65. Have that niche, have that idea. That's that hot dog phenomenon. And I think that's why, in terms of the genre films that are left or still doing well, especially in cinema, as cinema struggles still to recover after COVID, we see such good box office results from horror films, because they really know their audience. It is young people, it's young couples, it pulls in the men and the women. It doesn't try to cater to everybody. It knows very much what it's like. So, yeah, I'm not going to name check them all, because they're mainstream successful films.
And also horror is made on very low budget.
Yes,
so
doesn't need stars.
Those films always do well. I mean, look at something like Longlegs recently, which has broken box office records for a film of that low budget.
Yeah.
Because they don't need to, they don't cost $200 million to make.
No. Yeah. And Nick Cage was unrecognizable, and it wasn't really sold as a Nick Cage film either.
They will always work.
But on a personal note, us being Club Super 8 or Cult Pigs, we apply for subsidies and grants from the Film Institute over and over and over and over again, and we get rejected most of the time. Apart from the Wickman Week, we actually got a support. And also, we shouldn't slag them, because they are restoring the classics that we have rights for, that we can release in beautiful restored versions. So there's some good coming out of it. But we think they should be less conservative about genres and what is quality film or worthwhile film, as they say, and look broader, look to the whole audience, not just the narrow sort of people they know themselves. It's for their friends they're doing it, basically.
And if for no other reason, and this picking up again on a point that Brian made, is the fact that so many of these genre films are time capsules and are worthy of preservation and studying, just for that simple fact that they had no budget, so they couldn't afford costumes or sets or even scripts. So those were people's real clothes, those were the streets they were walking on. That was how they were speaking. So this gives us more authentic insight into American life or Italian life in the 50s or 60s than whatever was built on stage in Burbank or Cinecittà. So just as with the posters, don't cherry pick. Save it all.
And interestingly enough, one of the reviews for my first book about Swedish posters, Dagens Nyheter, the major daily newspaper, the critic said, so this book is about the underbelly of Swedish cinema. This is like the fringe part of Swedish cinema. No, these were the films that people watched. They weren't watching Bergman or Widerberg or Truell. They were watching these films. These were not on the side of mainstream. These were the mainstream films. But some people want to. I mean, it's let's take Molotov out of the history books in Soviet Union. It's the same sort of thing. It's like, we don't acknowledge the history as it was. It's a bit weird. So I think what we're doing here, we're changing that. Oh, that's the aim.
Rebalancing it.
Yeah, balancing it. Thank you. Yeah.
Was one of the
I know, yeah. The guy who wrote that criticism on my book is one of the Bergman gang.
Mafia.
It's true, yeah. So have we had enough of this, and maybe we should watch some movies instead of talking about them? Paul-Erik.
How are you seeing about the future in the genrefilms now that we don't have the censorship? You can look at everything if you want to follow the cinemas around streaming or DVDs and so on. Does it have a future, you think?
So repeating the question for those of you watching this being streamed, what do we think about the future? What's the future of genre films now that there isn't censorship, now that there is cheap ways of filmmaking? Rickard?
I don't really enjoy any modern horror films, for instance. I mean, there are a few examples, but mostly it's very cliched and made like a formula thing. It's never very edgy.
Okay, you've dissed horror films. I'll diss modern porn. Yeah. There's just no story anymore. We only watched it for the story. No, the story is she gets stuck in a washing machine. You know.
Yeah.
That seems to be a big theme these days. I'm told. I read.
I heard about it, yeah.
But things are changing. Things we're nostalgic for. People will be nostalgic for in 40, 50 years' time, including women getting stuck in washing machines.
No, it's very hard to say today what tomorrow's cult movie will be of all the things we're watching.
What I am worried about is, and this is a bigger question, is the digital dilemma, which is the title of two books reports that are put up by the American Motion Picture Academy, and address the fact that we're going through the digital dark ages. We're going to be watching film prints of films on 16 and 35 millimeter that are 30, 40, 50, 60 years old. The hard drive that I'm currently downloading some film on, I can guarantee you that will not be here in 50 years' time to play that film off. Mm-hmm. And so much of the film being made today, we just don't have we have super advanced technology, but we don't have the tools for how to preserve it. Film posters, we talked about, film posters, paper posters are going away because we're all putting up on LCD panels. So there won't be many posters of Oppenheimer for people to collect and to cherish in 50 years' time, let alone anything more obscure. So this worries me that whatever it is that's good, bad, a time capsule today will be even available unless we permanently transfer it to new digital buckets. And this is a whole bigger debate, so I'm not going to get on that hobby horse. But the digital dilemma is very real for every type of audiovisual content today. That's the sad reality about the future.
And also part of the nostalgia here is that we are going to watch films on 35 millimeter that will be scratched, they will be faded, they will be red, they will be jumpy, and we're all going to love it.
I think also on that question, one of the problems is, although it's easier now for people to make films and there is a lot more out there, but it becomes about distribution and how do those films get to an audience. And a lot of films just, like, for example, get dumped onto Amazon Prime, and then how does anyone ever find them and watch them? And so that's where it comes down a lot more to things like curation and to things like cult picks, where you've got somebody telling you these are good, watch these, or people like Shudder doing a similar thing for horror, or you've got people like A24 who specialize in a particular kind of film. But yeah, although the tools are there for people to make films, it's really hard to get them seen by anybody.
Yeah. It's like, you know, looking for new music on Spotify. There's like 1 million new albums released every day. It's very hard to sort of get a grip on.
And this is before AI gets in on the game.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't even get me started.
Right. Let's watch some scratching nudity.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for being here
and
watching.
To us.
Thank you.